Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? All right. I'm just digging up a file I want as a reference, and it's not in the folder I expect. So, gotta look around a little bit more. Hmm. How's everyone doing this fine day? We had quite a heat wave, and it finally broke yesterday, so doing a lot better. It was nasty for a while. Hello, hello, hello. Also, yeah, I hadn't streamed for a while. Uh, had some scheduling conflicts. We had like a hey, grab a get together. I was sick for a bit, um, but I'm here now. We're gonna work on a thing. It should be a lot of fun. It's an item. Mm, Let me see if just doing a wide search on my indexed hard drive would show it, but because we have a shared drive, I don't have a, a very super fast indexed search ability in that, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, it should be in the items section. I don't know why it is not. That's okay. I will. Oh, wait. I think I found it. Yeah, there we go. I overlooked it because it's streamed through the kind of shared drive. We don't sync our hard drives with the file system unless we're like working on those files and kind of need to be able to kind of like save back and forth quickly because there's a lot of big files that create MouseHunt. So it would be kind of insane for us to all have our drives synced up like that. I used to work that way, but it was only my own kind of setup. Um, so loading up the actual folders of all the kind of like items in an area, like the draconic depths, uh, it takes a minute to kind of like get the preview showing. And some of the names we have on the files are like super long and not exactly easy to parse because of the way we kind of well, just the length of some things. So, for example, what I was looking for today was the tale of the first dragons, um, because I wanted to take a look at these map items, if you will. These are the items that you would collect to gain access to the next area. Sorry, I have a bit of a frog in my throat. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Uh, yeah, so today I'm actually going to be working on a new item that is going to be the kind of the map item for the upcoming areas. Um, so the idea is I kind of like, the folklore forest, the whole kind of literature theme that we have going, and kind of these storybooks. Um, the next area isn't necessarily like one kind of story like these are, where it's kind of like the Beanstalk, like Jack and the Beanstalk, and like uh, the the Wizard's Apprentice, I think it was. But yeah, essentially the last area we don't have one of these, and I like there being kind of like a trilogy of these stories. So I do want to do another book, but I like the concept, and this we'll figure out maybe together and see if we like it. Had a fun idea of basically kind of keeping the idea of like, okay, this is like something that the Mythweaver wrote to kind of like transform the world using that like tome of power that he possesses. And uh, so I was thinking it'd be really funny if he wrote like, because this is the final chapter of the Mythweaver kind of like series, if you will. Confirmed, did not pick up for another season. Uh, but no, like this was intended as always the plan for kind of like this character's kind of arc would be, you know, we'd go through all these areas and experience these different kind of fables and those kinds of ideas, and put our own twist on them. And then this is kind of the conclusion of that kind of character's arc, if you will. And I thought it'd be kind of funny if the book for this one was maybe like an autobiography from the Mythweaver, or like a self help book on like how to take over the world or something like that. Um, Dummy's Guide to like gaining absolute power or something, would be a lot of fun, I think. And just kind of ham it up because you know we're very silly. We like our whimsy, and even if it's not the most kind of like logical, kind of like, wait, why is this a map piece? You know, I think it's just more fun and silly, and I enjoy it personally. I shared it with kind of the the team, and we were kind of all just like tossing ideas into this. So you know, I think I'm gonna play around with that idea. I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah. So yeah, basically, I want to create a book. There are some other ideas that I think are really great. There's the idea because it's like the final story in the series for this character, this kind of like theme, um, this arc or whatever we would kind of like categorize it as. One thing could be like the book ends on a shelf or something like that. Or I like, one of the ideas I pitched was a like the complete box set, collectors, but it's like the frame for the box set that you put the books in. Um, so those are all fun. But because we'd have these tale of books, it kind of, to me, it makes sense to do like another one of these maybe. But yeah, at the same time, like there's lots of different directions we could take it. And yeah, I'd like to see what you guys kind of think would be good. All right. Yeah, World Domination 101. Yeah, World Domination for Dummies, exactly. Yeah, yeah. So the idea would be like this is written by the Mythweaver or something that wanted to distribute this to all the mice following him, or like mice that aren't yet. And you know, he's basically trying to transform the world and has quite dramatically. If you've been paying attention to the lore, he has significantly altered history and reality. Um, to a limit, there's reasons for that, but yeah, like the concept of wanting to kind of like just rule the world as kind of like a mouse, you know, for you know mice kind or something like that, and kind of you know destroying humans or hunters and you know other forces, and make it all about his own power kind of thing. So kind of a fun character. A lot going on under the hood there. Um, the rise and fall of. I don't know if he knows he's beat yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, how I took over the world and how you can too, or I don't know. Just kind of like fun. Like one of the ideas I shared was, like if it was, yeah, like one of those, uh, so and so for dummies kind of, books, uh, and like on the cover he's like looking all suave like over his glasses and like giving a thumbs up or something, you know, silly like that would be fun. So maybe I should actually just grab this and copy it over into here. That's not the copy and paste I meant. Little Palia screenshot, I guess. Alright. That worked. Maybe. Oh, because it's locked. There we go. Alright, let's center that. Ish. Good enough. Yeah. The Steve Jobs thinking pose kind of thing. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good one. Let's see. Yeah, I mean that's pretty good, right? Um, okay, so I basically just wanted to kind of replicate. Actually, it'd probably be a lot smarter to just even copy the book over instead of just repainting it all. I might as well like reuse the frame itself. Let's see. Heck, I'll just copy this whole thing and whoop, there we go. That's simpler. Okay, so I can get rid of you. I don't want the vines, but I do want the book frame. And the text will be completely new. All right, so don't mind the glowing pages. A little Mythweaver icon there. Might be good to have on hand. So, I should look up like the For Dummies kind of like look of the cover. I knew it would have that like strong yellow with the bar. So I don't know if I want to like rip it off too completely, but it's a pretty kind of like known cover. Um, let's see. Yeah, Forbes top 100 magazine cover kind of concept, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, the idea of it being kind of like this is about the Mythweaver and like a, an autobiography, I think is really funny because it's like uh, from bookborn mouse to world domination, Mythweaver's tale, or something ridiculous like that. Um, how I learned my place in the world and gained ultimate power or whatever. Uh, all right. So I'm just gonna, I guess, I don't know, go for it, if you will. Um, just see what comes out of this. So get rid of that sketch. This is not necessary. Ooh, I do like maybe hanging on to that in case I want to use a little bit of filigree inspiration. Shadow's fine. Okay, maybe I'll get rid of the glow for now. These pages I can tweak. They're currently kind of wrapped up in vines. Hence, it's got that like kind of weird arcing there. So I think for the color here, let's see, what do I want to do as the base color? I mean, it could be the yellow for like the For Dummies, and I think those are always like soft cover, whereas I like these kind of like more traditional hard cover books with the kind of almost canvas print. Just because I mean that's what I remember as a kid, kind of like having like a classic story being read in kind of like a nice musty, old book that is fading in the sun and like it's not just like some printed glossy page. It's like this fabric that might even have like some kind of super fancy one might have like gilding and stuff on it, or even leather tome, or like I suppose it can't be the Mythweaver's tome, obviously, because that's like his source of power, if you will. And I don't think I want it to replicate that either. I like it being kind of this totally off thing that's just like, wait, what? Um, but I still want it to be this kind of like thicker hardcover thing, just because I don't know. The Mythweaver is classy like that. He would care about those details. He would probably want his kind of like dominating the world for dummies book to be, like made out of the finest quality materials and printed in, the best ways. So yeah, I think I'll kind of lean into that idea. So let's kind of like move this into more of that. Um, well, let's just see how horrible it looks in yellow. I kind of feel like it's going to look bad. Um, so we'll bump up the saturation. Let's see what other colors. Purple is always fun. A blue feels kind of like almost, I don't know why it's got this kind of like instruction vibe to it. Teal's kind of nice too. Um, but yeah, if we kind of crank it up into the yellow, oh, that's garish. Maybe a mustard would be kind of like more appropriate for this because, like, again, I feel like if it's this like fabric bound book cover, I would imagine for whatever reason that's just kind of like more of the color you would end up with. Um, so maybe something a little more kind of calm like that could be nice. And I think the shadow's a bit tense. Okay. So, something like that's not too bad, I think. Got like some texture on that. It's got a bit of toothy grain, which I think is good. I definitely think, yeah, we could even do like the kind of spine. Like this is a kind of sewn bound book, right? I mean, we're talking the Mythweaver kind of like wants this to be, an important piece of his collection. So I think, yeah, he's gonna keep it nice and fancy, like the other storybooks, right? Like if we look at the Bountiful Beanstalk, we got like this lovely gold foil gilding and stuff like that, which I would imagine can do something similar with this. Right. Purple is a regal color, true. Yeah, so this is, yeah, it's a map piece for the kind of like next permanent location. Um, that is the concept of what we're working on today. Yeah. But yeah, there's so many different kind of like directions I could end up taking this that I'm kind of still not certain what I want to do. I might even kind of like do the sketch of the cover just kind of like face on, and then when I'm happy with it, then I'll kind of put it into this perspective, because that would be easier for kind of laying it all out, text, and if I do a portrait or something fun. So I think what I'll do is I'll put like, just a very strong kind of opaque layer above this, and then I can kind of sketch into it. We don't need to be like crazy precise about kind of like, oh, this is, the dimensions of the book. But I would say maybe it's something like that. And actually, maybe I will really quickly just kind of see how well this will kind of transform onto that surface. Get a little thicker there so that I'm not, trying to lay out on something that's completely the wrong dimensions, because that would just be silly. All right, so let's see. If I grab this corner and that corner, yeah, I mean, like that. Maybe it's not too useful to have it. Let's get some other. Let's see. Okay, if I do like a square, whoop, not an aspect. Go and do a circle, kind of the same idea. Just to see how these warp. Now, if I transform this, let's see how kind of Okay, so it feels a little bit too tall even. Like if this was maybe more like that, that looks a little better. So, I think I will do that. This is probably like a super inefficient way to do this. I mean, I could have actually kind of like used some kind of dimensions and done this faster, but okay, I don't hate that. Good enough. All right. So we have kind of our frame to work within, right? Oh, what's all this logic that we're getting into? Let's see. Yeah, I mean, that was, I think, why purple was kind of a royal color, was because it was actually really expensive and difficult to produce. So is gold, though. That's just always going to be expensive. So like having gold gilding on this is definitely going to kind of take it up to wherever we want. And I guess the reason why I'm like, ooh, a mustard color is kind of fun is literally just because of the For Dummies books. I think it's just funny. So like if we do this slanted kind of title and we have, a portrait of the Myth Weaver, gonna maybe does he have his hood back? I don't know. kind of like a little bit of overlap or something. But yeah, like and maybe instead of for dummies, it could be for mice or something. Whoops, not 203, 20. That's a little closer to what I want. You know, something kind of like that. Uh, I mean, yeah, like whimsy is our kind of brand, right? And I don't think there's enough whimsy in games where it's like actually dumb humor that is just silly for the sake of it being kind of like magical, silly, fun, and just kind of unique. Um, that's kind of like a brand that I've always appreciated. Like I love campy, dumb humor stuff. Like I used to kind of like watch movies and be like, "This is so dumb, I don't like it." But then I kind of learned how to just embrace when things are just going for it and like unapologetic about it, and like there's a certain kind of like just you know joy that you can get from things that are just like they just want to have fun with it and they don't care anymore. And so, like I feel like this is one of those things where it's just like, this is so ridiculous, but it's also kind of brilliant. And I'm just excited for like what can come out of the description of this item that you would get in the like cartographer or however you end up collecting it. Um, yeah, like I don't know. When we were kind of workshopping ideas, I was just like, there's just too much. Like, all the ideas are ridiculous that we're coming up with, and I love them all. And like, none of them are like, oh, that's like super epic, and like, man, that's so cool. Like, which is kind of what you would expect for kind of like, oh, this is like the finale. No, no, it's just a ridiculous self-help book or kind of you know uh, overly kind of like self-important autobiography or something like that. Um, yeah, Mythweaver pays the bills with stock photo and book sales. Oh no. One pose where there's a hand on the hip and he's laying across the cover, all like seductive. Oh my. Now, I like trying out pretty much any idea that comes from chat. I don't know if I'm going to do that one. I've had to draw a Mythweaver in a lot of different forms, but I'll save that one for kind of like his ultimate final form, perhaps, and then enjoy that. Okay. Figure I might as well try one with the hood, but I'm not sure if I like it better without it. We'll see. Or if we're even going to do this direction, right? Um, kind of want to try the thumbs up kind of. Yeah, I don't know if I like the thumbs up as much. The like thinking pose is pretty powerful, right? Um, world domination. There's like ultimate power. Yeah, I'm thinking like I don't want it to be for dummies because that's, I mean, like too on the nose about what we're kind of like doing. But yeah, the text I think needs to be the do I have what would be a good one? I mean, Comic Sans would be kind of perfect. Let's see, Incree. Comic Sans is probably too good because we love to kind of point at Comic Sans. So why not have it be exactly that? All right. Ooh, Clip Studio Comic Sans. I upgraded my Clip Studio from 1.0 to 4.0. Jumped like three versions. So, oh my goodness, it's so nice to have more features than I even realized it would have. Yeah. Okay, I think I'll use. That's not the one I clicked on. There we go. I think I'll use that. So, world domination. Ultimate. I think world domination is pretty good. I think world domination is a pretty good title. That does seem to be their goal at times, right? One can't, like, let's say gaining ultimate power. Maybe there's a good reason to do that. The hero wants to gain ultimate power, right? To like save the day, let's say. But like I don't think anyone attempting to accomplish world domination can be a good guy. Kind of is not a morally okay thing to go for in my books. Hot take here. Hot take. Um, might be a supervillain. Okay. I mean, if I tilt it this way, it's like, hey, I did it. You can too. Yeah, I think I definitely like the kind of thoughtful pose. Is a good suggestion. Hmm. How do I want to take over the world today? Pinky? Yeah. I think that's maybe the way to go. It looks like an Ewok. It does. It's a super rough sketch, right? Uh, thank you. Glad to be back. Hmm. I mean, what do we think? I think it's pretty fun. I guess, yeah, let's duplicate that real quick. Oop, turn that off, and let's just transform. No, actually, cancel that. I'm going to throw that layer out. And let's transform this. Hello? Yeah, maybe transforming a folder I don't have the same kind of skewing. Like grabbing a corner and warping it in the same way. Let's see, free position. Oh well. Okay, well, I can just do this. Oop. And then I can grab it by the corners. Okay, so that's kind of the concept that we could go for here. World domination for mice. What do we think? Maybe I'll shrink the portrait down a bit. I don't think it needs to necessarily be that big. I might try and bring the text up as well to kind of make it more legible. Red. Red is power. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely play with the colors. I think if I do the portrait, that's actually going to affect what color would look best for the book base color. So, yeah, I'm thinking that's not bad. I also do like the idea of using gold gilding, even with there being Comic Sans. Like, if it's gold gilded Comic Sans, that's just too awesome. Yeah, all right. I'm thinking I might kind of like lean in that direction a little bit. Let's see. Just gonna grab an image of the Myth Weaver. Wow, my internet is not happy today. There you are, friend. I'm just gonna use a copy pasted image from the wiki, just because I could go to where it is on the drive and use that. The problem is there's a lot of mice in that folder, and when I load it, it's gonna want to kind of like dig into each of them in a sense, and actually end up kind of being slower to get to the image by having to kind of like stream in all those many mice files just for the table of contents. Yeah, all right. So, I mean, I could even like actually maybe I should, because like the angle's not bad. Yeah, that would make sense if I just straight up used this image, overlaid it, did some tweaks to it. I kind of want to give it a little suave, like change where it's looking. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna actually open the legit file. All right, folklore forest. Oh, it's all the folklore. Oh no, okay, there we go. Storytellers folder. All right, there you are, and open. Got to stream in the file. Da, da. Yeah. So there was a really good sale on it. It might even still be on for Clip Studio. You can get like 4.0 infinite, like no subscription. You can get like basically the bare bones good version of it for like I think it's like less than $50. I think it might be like 38 or something like that. Um, and I have the like EX version, the like kind of you know uh, I guess I don't know what the EX actually stands for because there's like the pro version, which is like everything's kind of like available. It's not like the trial. You paid for the software, you get it. Um, but the version I have, it lets me do like long form animations. The basic one, the pro version, like you can do 24 frame animations, which is what I've done for MouseHunt items before. But I like having the ability to like make it longer than 12, like 24 frames, which because I'm animating on twos or 12 FPS in kind of like the items that I do for Mouse Hunt, I would only be able to do 2 second long animations, and sometimes I like it to go a little longer because I'm silly and you know want to make things flare and sparkle and bloom and all kinds of good stuff. All right, so I'm going to close this one. Now I have the actual file, the working file for this character. So I can find him in here. And here we go. Let's copy this folder. We'll go into here and paste. Where are you? Aha, I found you, friend. Or enemy. Okay, we can bring that down a lot. Let's try 50%. Cool. All right, and what I can do is make a quick selection here and just mask this folder. Can turn off this sketch for now. Maybe that. Let's look at the sketch we had. Oh, interesting. That was like early scribbles of the book-born mouse, right? Cool. I kind of like actually just this shot. It's kind of cool, and then maybe the quill goes behind. Huh. Right. Let's see if I did this. Like that's pretty cool. The stock photo gig keeps paying. That's awesome. But yeah, at the same time, like with it maybe wanting to feel more like a classical book cover, like maybe it would be better if it was more like that kind of like vignetted watercolor look to it. Like I'm kind of torn between two worlds, like this kind of like glossy, uh, mass-produced kind of like almost like magazine looking cover for this kind of modern self-help book, or a very kind of classic, classy, hand bound and stitched, kind of fancy old tome. I kind of want to do, yeah, like the old school. It's obviously more work because then I have to kind of like interpret the Mythweaver as like, I don't know, like a block cut or something like that. Um, but yeah, I don't know. This is pretty fun. maybe if I do the text as like gold or something like that. And we have, let's just do polyline fill. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we turn that off. Let's hide that. I'll keep this. Actually, this whole folder here, if I make a selection of this and then mask it, will it let me transform a little cleaner? It might. Okay. So I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm actually just going to flatten it. And I can get rid of the mask now, hide this one, and transform. Yes, that's a little better. Okay. So let's see what this looks like now. And actually, another really good way to do this, I'll just show you what a clever way to have done this would have been. I can get rid of that one. And if I transform this into a convert layer to file object, so this will be the drawing area that I want, and I can put this in, let's see, release, folklore finale, cover image. Okay, now I can actually go into this file. Okay, open file object. And here is where I could kind of render this out and like make my adaptations. And now I can transform this to here. Ignore the copy of it in the background. There we go. And so if I do tweaks here, like I add, I don't know, a heart, right? And save this. Now, when I go back here, it keeps that, and it's still kind of like transformed how I want it. So that's kind of like, this would have been a good way to like create these and not have to like, oh, if I want to adjust this, I have to paint it in skew. I can just kind of make these adjustments here, and now we're good to go. Don't need to worry about any of that. So I can actually remove these masks. Oh, actually, I want to keep that one. I can remove. I guess he's already cropped now. Where's that crop coming from? Oh, it is here. Okay. There we go. All right, so I think I kind of want to skew the text a bit as well. So if I did, whoop, this, and I used italicized text here. Actually, there should be Comic Sans italic. Bold italic? Sure. Seems good to me. Okay, and then if I save this and go back, that reads a little bit better. All right, let's see. Am I missing any messages? I heard like my message pinging, so I want to make sure I'm not missing something that I need to see. Okay, cool, we're good. All right. So, this is kind of like a direction that I think is pretty funny. Now we can, let's say, play with kind of the background color. Now again, I do think that, well, actually, tonal correction, hue. All right, I do think that the yellow is good for referencing the idea of the like For Dummies series. But I think the text layout on that bar is strong enough that we don't need it to be yellow. Also, the heart I will get rid of. I don't think that's the Mythweaver's kind of MO so much. So someone mentioned purple, and I believe the School of Sorcery. Well, it's I guess more blue and teal with purple, so maybe it's not too close. We have the brown for the dragons. Also, I should probably save this. Okay, I'll just call it map item for now, in case it doesn't end up being, you know, for mice. Open Mouse Publishers. It's like, instead of penguin, it's mouse. World domination, 2 lines. Maybe. Sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat. Oh, I didn't know that Sony used Blender for their Spider-Verse animation. That's pretty dope. Yeah, it's an impressive suite. I don't do 3D these days. I've messed around with it. It's definitely a very cool medium, and I have enjoyed. But it's just a whole other kind of universe to learn, and I have so many various artistic hobbies that that's one that I'm kind of like another time. I've done ZBrush and stuff too. It's a lot of fun. Right. Oh yeah, like a fiery background would actually be pretty good. Hmm. Oh yeah, a sticker of 1 million copies sold. That's funny. From the makers of How to Train Your Caloricness. Oh, these are great. I love all these. Mmm. Interesting. Dig the yellow matches the Mythweaver's hood, and that if that's not ego, I don't know what is. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Your guide to Infinite Super B+. Yeah, Blender is awesome. Oop. Did not mean to create a new text layer. Okay, so actually I like the flames idea. Also, okay, so do we... I think maybe I'll mess with the portrait a little bit. Let's hide the heart for now. Maybe we'll bring it back, you know? It's good. Okay, so I think what I'll try is let's get rid of the quill. Although the quill is really good. Actually, I suppose one way to do this would just be to select the whole thing and break it onto another layer in case I change my mind. Or I need to use it as a bit more reference. Let's do this. Okay, cut that onto a new layer, put it behind, and we can hide it. So I might even turn this one on here. Just so that I can kind of see. Actually, I'll just copy this and shift it down a bit. Because if we're doing this kind of like, the arm's up here, so looking at the shoulder on me, with the arm kind of out, the shoulder lifts, right? But if I'm doing this, my shoulder drops, right? So I'm having the shoulder drop here and rotate down a bit. That's fine. I'll even have the arm separate it from that. And I'll even put that on the layer below. This I'll just get rid of. Okay, so now, actually I'm going to put this below that shoulder piece. Let's put the pivot there where the ball joint would be. And we'll move that there. And now we're just going to repaint that part. I like how he's got such tiny little hands, honestly. Actually, I'm going to do another layer for the hand. Or the hand specifically. Give him a very kind of thoughtful expression, right? Look at those little nubs. The thumb up. No. Maybe the hand twisting a little bit more. Kind of like this as opposed to this. You can also look at the David sculpture thinking. What is that one? I should know this. The thinker pose. Ah, yeah, this as opposed to this. That's pretty. Yeah, I think I like this. Okay, so what I want to do is I could have the thumb up on the side of the chin here. I like that finger kind of like raised up more. Yeah, that's maybe not so bad there. Now how legible it is, we'll see. Okay, and this is the shoulder here. And I think I'll modify the torso a bit more here. Maybe? Yeah, because this is actually what I just painted over here is Mythweaver's like other arm kind of extended forward, right? So I kind of like this being his chest a bit more. So let's see. Gonna fix this a bit. But yeah, like so he has the tome strapped to his shoulders actually. There's like these straps here. So maybe I'll I think I'm just like looking at the original illustration and like looking at kind of how that might work. And it almost looks like it's like an X pattern crossed over. Oh, maybe I should do that on another layer. Yeah. Just so it's easier to modify. He's also got this awesome sash, a like red ribbon that would be like your kind of like page holder. I always enjoyed that little detail. Okay, so okay, it's 12 now. I'm gonna go on lunch at 1 o'clock, and I'll be taking an hour-long break, and then back at 2. But we'll see how long this goes. But yeah, I think I want to spend enough time with this, you know. But otherwise, you know, we'll see. It might end up wrapping up faster than it seems, and we'll kind of keep it a short one. Okay, so that's possibly all right here. And then angle back a bit, coming off the shoulder, going to the weight of the book. Okay, with this, if we have like this kind of like leather, deepen the color, I think, in the shadow. And the torso, we'll just have that be more in shadow in general. Little edges of the gilding catching light though, if it's like a metallic thread kind of thing, right? Okay. Not bad. Alright, so I'm gonna hide. This is no longer needed. I like the idea of like the flames. I think that's fun. Okay, I need to get rid of all that extra quill there. I think I can brighten up the hand, honestly. It's going to get lost. Can take a look at this in grayscale real quick. Alright, the sleeve. Let's peer inside the sleeve a little bit. Robe can be a little loose there. Cool. Alright, so that looks pretty okay. Let's see how this looks on the cover again. So I'm going to save this, and then we can go back here, and now the image is updated. So I think it feels like quite right heavy. So I'm going to move the text over. Here. Let's see how that balances out. Okay, I'm going to tilt it a little bit more. Nice. All right, I need to turn off that white backdrop. Boom. Okay, so, I mean, not bad. Not bad. Apple cheese. Okay, I do like the idea of flames in the background. Like that is kind of great. Or it could be like a globe or a world and just fire behind it. I don't know what Narnia looks like, kind of fully zoomed out. Like maybe it's a Discworld style and it's not even a sphere, it's a disc. Who knows? I haven't asked the gods of MouseHunt yet. And maybe I'll try with just the fire first, right? And again, we can go like really rough with this. Just to see, you know, oh, does this look fun and good? Let's go brighter with that. Get a little more kind of flame tongues and, you know, shape language and stuff. Close enough. Close enough. All right, let's save that and see what it looks like. Okay, so it definitely looks like crappy flames, but that's fine. They are not super rendered out. So I mean that's kind of funny with him kind of like thinking about everything burning. Kind of good. Yeah, I mean it could be straight up just like the world that we have, the map itself, and on fire. Not a bad idea. Because I mean that is kind of like how we know it, so maybe that's how the mice know it too. Let me do. Now one question is like, should I? Yeah, all right. Let's see. I will import create file from object. Go to map, and I can swap this in for a kind of current version. That one does not have what I need. Go here. Regions, draconic depths, map. There we go. Okay. So I can pull in the world map. By the way, with Clip Studio Upgrade, I finally kind of converted this gigantic map file to work in Clip Studio, which is my kind of preferred drawing program these days. I should do it without the white background. I'll go with this for now. And I kind of like rebuilt the map file for myself so I can kind of like work on it easier. There was a point where like the Photoshop file got up to 1.2 gigabytes working file. And that's not necessarily super ideal. Let's see. I was looking for this. I will just... Can I make a selection of that? Maybe not. Oh, there we go. Okay. So if I mask that... Whoop, can at least kind of like temporarily make this look transparent and then do it properly in a little bit. But just to see if I like this direction at all. Yeah, so what I was getting at is I kind of like updated the map illustration system that I was doing, and it's going to be nicer to work in and work on now, which is cool to me. I like it. Alright, so... have it behind, and then even have kind of like some fire on top. think. I don't know if the map reads super good like that. Like especially at size, it's gonna be like, what is that? I can't tell. So I don't think I can do that. I mean, the background could be the world map behind the Mythweaver. That's potentially one way to do it. Um, so like if I undo a bunch of that, there we go. And then we like kind of go to maybe even shrink it down so I can fit more of it in there. Like that could be okay maybe. I don't know about the flames, right? Um, but that's all right. But it gets busy, you know? Like there's too much here. Like this does feel more like that, magazine kind of illustration. So I kind of think I like. No, it does need something here, I think. But fire is good. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Or it could be some kind of symbol there, or a tome, or I don't know, a hidden message. That'd be fun. But yeah, so that's kind of one way we could take this, and I think it's pretty fun. Hmm. Maybe I'll make him look at us instead as well. I think I want the fingers to glow a bit more as well. Feels more destruction than domination. I don't know if there's much difference in his mind. Um, but yeah, maybe not the fire behind. Could do something a little more classy. Let's see. Um, I mean the quill is a cool icon too, right? Or it could be like if we have let's Let's try the flame thing again, but a flaming crown. Ooh, that's pretty good. I was thinking like if it was like a sphere burning kind of thing, that could be cool. Or maybe it's like the Mythweaver's symbol. But let's take a look at what this looks like on the page. Again, I gotta turn off the white backdrop. Again, that's much more destroying everything. But if I grab this, maybe this as like a burning symbol could be cool. Let's just see what that would look like. I mean, I don't want it to look like it's being destroyed, but is more like powerful. Maybe fire is not the right icon. You know, it does kind of state destruction, but at the same time, boy oh boy, Mythweaver, no issue with destroying. Yeah. So, kind of think it does work. I don't think that rewriting reality is a thing that happens without a lot of destruction. You know? Probably not gonna be too kind. Okay, so this is probably gonna need to really brighten up. So maybe like that would look neat. I mean, maybe now we would do like a red book background. Don't want it to be too close to the dragons one with its like leathery color, but the red might not be bad for that. Hot pink as well is pretty cool. Let's see. Still not kind of sold on that. Try it at the bottom. Yeah, it looks like he's watching his thing burn, which I'm not sure is what he would want. Okay, anything other than like fire that would be kind of cool. Like what could we put in this space? I mean, I'm kind of almost thinking of like the bookborn symbols and stuff that kind of adorn the like glowy tattoos kind of thing. Um, those could be kind of fun. Like geometric kind of symbols and stuff like that. Formulas and all right. Let's see. Get that like inner glow for them. So let's see. Just really roughly kind of throwing that on there. Okay, definitely doesn't work on the mustard color, that's for sure. Um, I mean, that is kind of cool. Maybe it's a little distracting. Um, kind of pulls away from the portrait a lot if I have it that dim. That might not be bad, actually. Oh, I just noticed Norma's in the chat, and I have been paying attention. Ooh, a crown. I mean, yeah, actually, that was mentioned before. Flaming crown. Sorry, I should be paying more attention to the chat. Right. Oh, the town and castle in the background and on fire. I mean, the on fire is fun. Ooh, rays around it for the yeah, like the fingers coming out from his symbol could be pretty good. Map and dragons flying in the distance. Yeah, gold wealth crown. Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking at the thing that he wants. The crown's a good idea then. Because, yeah, he does want to rule. Hmm. I kind of like this as, like, a background. It's subtle enough, but it's also very Mythweaver. Um, so kind of, maybe I'll kind of go with this cute sky blue. Um, and actually, I think I'm going to... I mean, we could get the gilding back in here, which is always nice too. Just like texture more than anything to kind of like classicify the cover, kind of give it more of that texture of the other ones, right? The kind of like old canvas or fabric wrapped hardcover kind of thing. Like I want to put in spine, kind of like detailing. Like when you have a leather bound book, you will often have kind of like these ribs and stuff on it, or gold filigree, and I just like that stuff. I think it's nice. Um, so if we are doing that, I'm going to deepen the shadow for this blue, and maybe turn this. Oh, this is a multiply. Interesting. In which case, maybe this should be a stronger multiply. Okay, yeah, I like this kind of vignette at the edges, kind of pulling in. Drawing attention to this kind of more clear space, I think, will be good. Oh, yeah, actually, I like that idea, having a bookmark. It should be like the Mythweaver's sash, that red bookmark. At least like in the pages itself. Um, okay, so this here, I want this to continue. Now, is this shiny? Like, I don't want it to be pure black, to be honest. I think it should have the cover texture. Like, if it's pure black, it's like, okay, that's like laser printed on highly kind of like glossy paper, right? Um, Whereas I want this to be kind of like, no, this is a hardcover, kind of like still old school bound ish with, full color painting on it, I guess. I don't know. So I don't think I want it to be quite so glossy, but also quite so actually black. Um, and I think I want more texture in this as well. So something like that might invoke a little bit more of kind of like, okay, this is maybe more than just kind of like a highly, you know, high quality print. Yeah, we can definitely do more to kind of like enhance that texture in nice ways. Um, let's see. So I want to get this symbol in here somehow, right? Uh, in this one here, we have it down here on the book, which I think is really good. I want to see where I did that and copy that over, because I definitely deleted that. Okay, it's in the text folder. That would explain why. Okay. Copy you, paste you. Oh, hey, look at that. It's positioned and everything. Neat. Okay, and then this. Looks like it was baked in with that green. So that's an interesting thing I'll have to paint over real quick. Not a big deal. I could have just recreated this as well. Yeah, the pen nib with the eyeball is and the cog. It's a pretty fun logo, if you ask me. Okay, so that's that's kind of nice. I like that that balances out with the text a little bit. And speaking of the text, I'm actually going to give it a little more of a gold sheen. Um, so let's do a layer over top. And honestly, a good kind of like overlay style is color dodge, using kind of like a similar gold color. So I would potentially change the text to be a richer, kind of more base gold color. So let's see. Do this and go warmer and richer. There we go. So see how color dodge really kind of like metallic, like it kind of like works well for metallics. So I can even grab the same color and then like add more red into it. Maybe even go. I wouldn't say it's like the perfect solution, uh, but it's pretty good. Okay, so let's see how that looks transformed on. Okay, so that feels, now it's a little too much. A little too scattered all over the place. I think I want to pull it back a bit. Have it be a little less noisy. Like the concept that I am going for with this is it's a polished metal. So it's actually reflecting light off of its surface, like a mirror. But because it's a particular metal that's polished, like gold, if you polished a flat piece of gold, you could turn it into a mirror, but the light that it bounces is absorbed by the gold. And so you'll only get certain colors reflecting off. Whereas, like, a like a really good mirror, it's gonna kind of reflect most colors. It's always going to absorb some light, um, but in general, it'll be like, okay, cool, all the colors are reflected, right? Like the whole wavelength spectrum is kind of working on this surface. Whereas gold, it's going to absorb certain wavelengths, and that's why it's kind of only going to reflect, these warm colors and such. Um, and so that's what I'm emulating. Like I'm looking at this, and there's something, at an angle of incidence to this text that is kind of creating this pattern in a reflection. So if it was the full page was just gold, maybe I'd see an image of like a tree or clouds or the room or lights or whatever. Um, so that's kind of the idea of why I'm kind of putting these streaks in there. All right, so that's maybe a little better. It's so gaudy, which also is kind of funny. I don't know. It's intense. I'm wondering if I want it to kind of like have this bloom of purple behind now. So let's see. If I go under this layer, and let's see, we got another 20 minutes before I'm going to go on lunch break. But I feel like I want to play around with this. So, okay, so this, like I'm thinking, yeah, I'll do lunch and we'll come back, because also it's like one of those pieces where it's like I think I see it, but maybe I need to step back. And often just taking an hour break for my lunch is enough to kind of like get a nice, good new kind of look at it and really figure it out, see what I like, see what I don't like. So it's interesting. Like even like really shrunk down, I like the colors that are happening. Like blue and orange are often very like well used contrasting colors. They're very exciting together, very dynamic. So gold and this like blue, the blue is very Mythweaver. The gold is very Mythweaver. I'm actually thinking I'll kind of punch up the gold on his robes, because like in the actual Mythweaver illustration, it's kind of like underlit, and it's we got this blue glow hitting this trim, so we're not actually going to be getting some really crazy gold colors off of it. But because we're in a different context, it would be fine to play up the gold more. So I think I will do that in the illustration here. So let's just do this and grab a richer gold. And it'll also play on the text a bit more too. If we have this gold text glowing up here, having the trim on his robes kind of play off that will look good. It'll kind of tie them together a bit more, which is nice. Yeah, I guess I don't need that clipped. And a little gold on the glasses. Just a hint, just to kind of pull things together a little bit. Okay, we'll go a little bit more orange. Just to give a little more range in the color and punch it up for so that might be a bit too far, right? But let's see it in context, and then we can pull it back from there, right? So here it is in context. I feel like that's now too strong a little bit, right? The text is really powerful. I might really kind of knock that back. Also, looking at this, I'm thinking I might change the slant of that kind of like streak, because technically, if you're kind of tilting it away, I mean, it's really kind of just pointing more up at the sky and crushing it vertically a little, maybe, but that's more if it's warping, so maybe that's not relevant here. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull that down by half, see if I like that better. I do. Actually, I almost think that's perfect. So I'll tweak the text. Let's see what happens if I rotate it. Oop, I gotta save it. Okay. I think I like that better. I think I need to have the text shift a little bit, just because of how it kind of transforms. It doesn't look as centered. So that looks a little more centered. Also the 4 I want. Whoop. Gonna italicize that. And I think I need a little bit of line spacing above it. Okay. Save that. Boom. That's looking pretty good. I don't know. I'm definitely liking it. I'm thinking we will take a step back. Well, then again, I don't know. Like, we have 15 minutes before lunch, and I'm feeling like we're pretty close. I think we could just finish it off in one go. Um, hmm. Okay, there was the idea of putting the crown in, actually. Uh, let's see. Yeah, exactly. Mythweaver's purpose is to overthrow the people so that the mice can rule Narnia. So the idea of mice being on top in charge is of the utmost importance to him, if that helps at all. Uh, yeah, totally. No, I mean, that is definitely his goals. Just completely rewrite reality so that they have ultimate power. I do like, yeah, like this filigree kind of thing, and I think maybe I'll get it all the way on the border so that it kind of like vignettes inwards. Um, and then, yeah, do we want a symbol here? I like the crown idea, and I think maybe let's just see what that would do. Okay. We'll just go for like a really simple. I suppose I actually have a crown asset. I've definitely illustrated the crown before. There was a burglar mouse who stole it in the past. Um, long time ago. Suppose I could probably put jewels into this, as that is something that the crown did have in the past. Mind you, those have been stolen, at least some of them. Let's see. Let's just try that out. Let's see what we think in context. Alright, so we could do maybe a bit of a glow behind it. I could even do this kind of glow stuff on a different layer than this one. But it would make sense if it's done here. Okay, so let's see. Ooh, that's not bad. Yeah. Kind of like that. And give it like an outline. Not bad. Not bad. That definitely communicates, right? Like it feels like it's the message of this book. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking the crown. I actually kind of want to throw the quill in here as well. I just like the quill a lot. Um, let's see. Do I have... let me dig around real quick. I might have an asset that would be ideal for that. I kind of like the idea of the quill like floating in the middle of the crown. Like that just sounds cool to me. Where would I have that? If at all. Yeah, I'd probably put jewels on the crown to kind of make it look more like crowns we've illustrated for MouseHunt before. Um, maybe it is in the HUD stuff. Oh gosh. Okay, you know what? I don't need to copy that. I can just draw it. All right. Let's actually go into the cover image. That would make more sense. We'll turn this on. We'll shrink this down. Oh, it's cropped. Of course it's cropped. And actually I want to flip it. Okay. But I do like the, hello? What are you being clipped by? Get rid of that mask. Okay. Having it kind of cover over this looks kind of fun and interesting. Could rip it from the illustration a little better, but let's just see if this looks okay. Maybe the glow needs to be behind that. Try that out. Okay, it's maybe too distracting, honestly, or maybe if I shrink this. Just to see. Yeah, I think it's just maybe distracting from it. I think this feels more focused and clear. So that's pretty good. Maybe I'll do like the quill on the spine of the book, just as a little kind of publishing detail or something like that. That could be nice. How do gold crown hunters? Oh, that's good. I like that. That's funny. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. All right, 5 minutes. Let's see. Well, I do need to redo these pages. I do want to make it look more textured and authentic feeling. I want to do detailing on the spine of it. So, as much as this is like, okay, cool, it looks good, I'm pretty happy with this direction. But I want to kind of like spice it up a little bit more, kind of like do more polishing details. I don't need to go crazy on it. Um, you're gonna see it in kind of like the cartographer or wherever, and in your collection on the travel page, um, in that tab. But uh, it doesn't need to be like perfect, obviously. Um, but I do want it to match the set a little better. It's not bad, but like I feel like it could be a little more kind of like just the texture isn't quite right to me yet. It's like these kind of like reinforcements, the kind of like metallic corners. I like kind of all the fun gilding. Um, so I think I'm just gonna maybe add some details like that. Just kind of make it more. This is like, let's say one of his kind of like, this is the piece that he decided to really kind of focus on writing, and he's kind of like built himself up to this now. So he wants it to be the coolest book on your shelf. So I think I want to kind of like enhance it to that level. um, yeah. Oh yeah, also there was the concept of having, um, where is that layer here? I guess I'll put it up here actually. Having that kind of red ribbon. The page holder. Because, yeah, that's like part of the Mythweaver's kind of whole kit is like anytime I've illustrated a variation on him, he's got his like, you know, tome of power. Um, forget the actual official name for it, but uh, he's got his like quill, which I think maybe doing a version of that on the spine would look cool. Yeah. Um, and then the like sash being the bookmark ribbon is pretty cool. Yeah, I like the colors we got going on. Pretty nice. All right, so we are at 1 o'clock. I am gonna take a lunch. I think it will be really nice to like come back to this with fresh eyes, just because although it's come together quickly, I'm still kind of like feeling like I want to get another look at this, but like refreshed, so I can really kind of analyze how to take it where I want to take it. Like I feel like it's getting close, but I'm not totally happy yet. So let's do that. I'm gonna put this down here. Let's see. I should have the time lapse going for this. I'm gonna save That's always a good idea. Let's go export time lapse, and we can kind of quickly see. I mean, it's not a long time lapse, honestly, because um, a lot of the stuff that we're doing ends up in that smart file, which is off, on a different file. So it has its own kind of like time lapse thing. Um, but that's fun. Yeah, I can't even slow it down more. It's only 15 seconds long. But okay, I'm going to go on lunch. I'll be back at 2 o'clock, and I will have a very interesting layer link for you then. So yeah, we're going to keep working on this. I might even kind of like see about working on something else. We'll see. I have other things I want to work on, but they're all kind of spoilery, so I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just kind of finish the final details on this and wrap it up. Band behind the text. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's a good note. I'm going to kind of tweak that. I agree. I think the text on black like this is too much, but let's balance that when I come back. Okay. So I will be back at exactly 2 o'clock my time. It is 1:02 right now. Let me get a timer going so you know whence I return. So we'll do 57 minutes from now. I need to go fuel up. All right, so I'll be back. Hello. Welcome back. Lunch is done, and we have returned. Real quick, I'm going to share a Larry link in the chat. Do enjoy. It's a good one. It's an interesting one. All right, so got fueled up, refreshed, and I'm going to try a few things. So one idea was to kind of like tweak the band here, and I actually think that's not a terrible idea, because like pure black, I feel like that's not going to be traditional enough looking, like in terms of kind of like making it more of a kind of like old school tome, as opposed to like modern printing kind of thing. I feel like it being black just feels too modern for it. So let's see. Maybe we can go darker than that. And actually, I think I will try doing a little bit of just kind of like texture on it. Kind of give it a little bit of that kind of fabric look that I think it would benefit from. Let's do another pass and do like an add on that. I could get above. Let's see. No, I don't think I need it in the text like that. So let's see what would be better. I think I'll try screen. Let's see how this looks on the full thing. Okay, so that looks a little more kind of like there's a textured kind of surface, but like maybe I just need the whole thing to have that kind of gauze texture over it. So let's hide that here, and okay, this is the book. Here, I'm going to have the shadow on a separate layer. Alright, so there we go. So if I do a layer that's snapped to it, or kind of pixel bound to it, and then I throw a texture over that, maybe not the best way to do it. Yeah. Like it's probably good to have a little bit of this, but I don't think this is the best way to kind of create that texture. It's not terrible though. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Dallas. No idea. None whatsoever. Nothing to see here, folks. All right. Let's see. Cool. All right. So I'll leave that texture for now. I don't think it's terrible. I just might kind of like improve it a little bit later. Redo it a little, I think. Let's see. So I'm going to knock this down a bit. I think it's still too bright. Okay. And actually, one of the things that I think they have in the dummy books is actually like a color behind the band, like down here. Yeah, that looks right. So whatever color. Let's see how red looks. Red is definitely way too much with that blue, right? Let's actually try that blue. All right. And I might even do a little kind of like emboss for the text to make it look like it was like pressed. So if I, let's say, do this. Okay. Now let's rasterize this. Depending on the angle of the transform, maybe I need to make this a little more extreme. But maybe this will get the idea across. Like it's sunken text a little bit. And actually, maybe to help with that, if I take this brown and I lighten it up like that, and I just kind of like get the bottom edge, right? To kind of like get a little highlight on this embossed text, right? Now there is like a layer filter I could just apply and it would just kind of do this for me pretty much, but I'm a silly boy and I like doing things manually in the hard way. So there, I guess. Me, take that. More work for myself. Yeah. Yeah, it's very subtle here, but the idea is that it kind of like looks more stamped in. Like if this was leather here, this is kind of the embossing on the leather with that kind of foil, gold foil kind of pressed down inside. That makes any sense, hopefully. A little more 3D feeling. It's not very obvious, but yeah, here it maybe shows up a little bit. Right, it looks a little bit like it's kind of pressed in. Let's see. Not sure if this is quite working here. try maybe friction brush. That's too subtle. My star brush, like the triangle brush, it's a decent texture to it, and I like to bust it out, and I don't always. But for whatever reason, I also especially like to bust it out during Feedback Friday. Okay, so there's a little more texture variation with this, so that's not terrible. We can definitely kind of like add more weathering at the end, and I think that'll help it kind of like feel more classical looking. But again, the print style, no matter what, does not feel very classical the way it is right now. One thing that could work would be, let's see, if I bring this down here and I clip it to the book. Now if I like slide this around, that's good. What I can do is take this texture here and slide it above, and I'll mask it off where I don't want it, which will be this band here over top of, well, actually, the reason I'm raising it up is I actually do want it to go over top of the Mythweaver. Maybe here. We'll see if I like it. I might not. But the idea would be to kind of use this potentially to create more of like a vignette. I mean, maybe I should just do a whole new layer. Yeah, I think I will. I'm going to undo a bunch of this, let it drop back to where it was, and then do a new layer here. And kind of like have the edge of the print be a little more vignetted in here. And I think this will help it kind of feel more like a kind of classic cover, just a little. Like maybe this should vignette too. Maybe not there. I do want to get the like metal caps. Actually, I think I'll start with that because I think that's gonna help kind of create this concept. And I have them. I like what I have here on this one, so I think I might even just kind of try stealing these and modifying them. Just save myself a little bit of work there. Book detailing. Okay, let's see. These are the pieces right here. So I'm going to copy, go here, paste, and boom. They're like already pretty much where I want them. Not perfect, but close. So that already kind of like gives it some more kind of like, ooh, this is like a tome, and I like that. When will I publish it? That's a good question. I like the idea of this like being created in world like IRL. It's a fun piece. All right. So if I move that there, that looks like it aligns a little better in most parts, not here. Obviously, between the various book illustrations, I did kind of like, you know, tweak the shape of the book just a little here and there. So if I'm transferring things from one piece to another, it's not necessarily going to be perfect. Okay, actually, if I think I'll leave the one that I worked on here, and I'll hide this one. Then again, this one looks beefier. So let's turn that on. But I think I'll bring back that like deeper blue behind it. Okay. Yeah, this is looking a little more classic. Yeah, deeper shadow there. Okay. Not quite that. Let's try here. Do this, but we'll take it down a notch. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Okay, so I want to deal with the ribbon and the pages. The quill here isn't working. Let's see, I'm going to lock this layer so I don't keep selecting it. Maybe that works. It's not bad. Okay, so I'll want to kind of like have the spine have these ribs that come out to meet the banding here to make that make sense. The pages kind of like warping like this don't look good yet. So I can kind of at least maybe do something like that if we want to keep these pages kind of like lifting the way they are. But maybe instead I'll make it a little more kind of smooth flow between those. That looks a little nicer. Although this page I feel like really does need to come out more here maybe. So we'll erase that. There we go. That feels a little more like it's working. Although, I don't know, I kind of feel like maybe I want it to not have this same curve here. Maybe I'll tweak the curve. Okay, so try that. So I have a little tomato plant on my balcony, and I was just talking with my roommate about how, oh, I should probably like firm up the trellis for this. It's looking a little flimsy. And like the wind had blown the entire plant over before, so I'm like, okay, I need to put it in a better base and kind of like just reinforce it, make it a little, sturdier and better overall. And I went out to water it at lunch, and unfortunately, let me see, I think I copied the image, so it should show up here. Nope. I need to recopy it because I had just copied other things. So this is what I came out to discover on my balcony. Oop. Got snapped. Too many fruits. Not enough good trellis, like there's this little plastic ring that like held it on to this bamboo shoot, and I was like, this isn't going to be good enough. Uh, and yeah, it wasn't. I guess wind caught it. The little plastic ring let go, and the whole thing just snapped under its own weight. So, oopsies. Yeah, so that's too bad. I'm wondering though, like maybe I can kind of like take the like plant stock and just like shove it in water and kind of like uh, hang it in water, and maybe it'll let the tomatoes on the vine kind of ripen on the vine still. I don't know. Anyone have suggestions on how I can salvage the like 90% of my plant? There's like two branches that survived below the snap. And knowing tomatoes, they are likely to kind of like go crazy now that, you know, most of the plant is gone and not consuming its resources. So there is that, I suppose. Maybe I'll still get some good fruiting off of it. But yeah, it's too bad. Because I was literally just talking about how I need to upgrade it, and then that happened. So, whoops. Graft it onto a stronger stock. Can you do that? Can you just like clean cut the like the stalk of it and just kind of like put it back on and then just like make sure it can't move and I don't know, tape it up? Like what do you do? How do you graft it? I've never grafted plants before. I know it's a thing people do, like um I guess like apple trees or whatever, like certain fruiting trees, they'll actually graft different types together and like produce new fruit or something like that. I don't know what I'm talking about. Um, yeah, no idea. Okay, cool. Do some mad science on it though. That's might as well try something, right? Um, so something else we could try is this like band here, this leather kind of strip. Like, what if this was actually like raised on it? So we have this bracket here, and I'm thinking like maybe like the idea of having the spine lifted, if this was actually like sticking up from the cover, that could look cool. But then again, with the portrait going over top, that might be harder to make work. I think with a vignette, it does help. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna change the color of this. Let's see, can I just, nope, that's not what I want. Do that. At least kind of match it there. With this quill here, that kind of interrupts the read on it. It kind of makes it a little confusing to look at. So as much as I want the quill to work, I wonder if it's just kind of like taking away and making it more difficult to see what we're looking at here. Okay, so I'm going to lift that spine here. And here. And I think I'll also lift it here. Or maybe two bumps of it would look better. Yeah, I think so. Corner gold plate on the top right is quite low profile. Yeah, it's also maybe getting a little too close to that text. So maybe we'll need to kind of like shrink the text a little. Let's see. So if I grab all this and put that into a folder labeled text, I can shrink this all. Oops. Try that again. Not hit enter this time. Okay, try that. I don't want it to get too small that it's like impossible to read. So maybe I just modify that corner, right? Because that I feel like is much more legible, like significantly more legible. Even at like the small size, I can still understand what it says, but when I shrunk it even that little bit, it really felt like it took away. So if I do this kind of like corner style, which actually is a very like common way to do this, you actually have a bend here, right? Like I've done this kind of like metal cap on a kind of little journal that I made and carry around with myself, and I used kind of like this plate that was kind of like folded on this corner here. Worked pretty good. Yeah, it's actually a fun little kind of like notepad where you can swap out a little kind of like sketchbook plates. That's not the right word. But just like a little kind of sketch pad that you can kind of like insert two of them and swap them around. So like if I'm going into like my makerspace place and I'm working on specific projects, I might like insert one that has like all this kind of like specific, steps on, how I want to forge some tongs through like research that I've done, and then I can kind of like flip through the book there. Or if I'm just like going out sketching, I'll like put in one that's just a bunch of blank, sheets that I can just sketch in and fill up. That's fun. I've had it for years. Okay. There we go. But yeah, make your own stuff. It's fun. Okay. I don't hate that. Like, the spine on this is looking really kind of like cool and epic, and that's good. Those are words that I want it to embody. Okay. That's feeling better. I think this here we can kind of like make a little better. So let's get that cleaned up a little. Let's go a little richer in color. And I like it kind of like creating this vignette, right? So I like it connecting all the way to the edge of the piece and filling in space from the edge. So let's get rid of this. That's kind of just interfering with the crown behind it, right? And I'm okay with this happening here. That's kind of like another, take on his symbol. And I don't need this to read like anything particularly clean. It's more just texture for the sake of texture and kind of like filling that space with, a gradient of, shapes. if you will. Um, Something that's kind of cool that I've been learning about and kind of doing a little bit of practice on, not much. I need to do more, but is like scroll work design. Uh, Actually, I'm going to give a little angle to this. That's a better angle to match, right? Um, so doing like scroll work. Uh, Now this is not a great example of it because I'm not actually following the rules for how it works. But you kind of start with like a spiral, nice, smooth, clean spiral, and you kind of fill it in with other spirals, and they kind of flow. Let's see. I have like a sketch example of playing around with it. Let's see. I'm just like, what else do I have on this page? I literally am someone who has what I like to call paper monsters on my desk always. Just sheets of printer paper that like I'm constantly just kind of like drawing and like, okay, let's see, anything on here? Cover that. Yeah. But yeah, like I just these are all like drawings for kind of like different tools I want to make out of metal for bending metal, for leatherworking. So I have all these, or like game ideas I'll write down, or like an appointment, and it's just like if someone were to kind of look at how I actually operate with this, they'd be like, "This is madness. You're an insane man." Um, Kind of mad scientist vibe, which is great. Oh, here's like a design for creating a reciprocator. Um, it's not focusing, but uh, like an engraving handpiece. Um, it works like a steam engine kind of thing. And then also a bow lathe sketch below that. But um, why did I jump into that? I don't know. Oh, because of scroll work, and I have like a scribble of scrolls below. Uh, yeah, it's fun stuff. Now, I don't think that this is necessarily the best place to do scroll work, but it might be a good way to fill in this kind of texture, right? So, yeah. Not really working so good. It's it it's a tricky technique, honestly. It's deceptively, simple and also difficult. Uh, but like when you do it well, like the way that it can just fill in space with just like beautiful, like elegant looking details, it's pretty neat. The reason I kind of like have been looking into it and learning about it is I do like metal engraving art kind of as a little kind of side art project for like the Axeron community, and a lot of engravers do this kind of work because it looks really cool engraved into metal. You get the light kind of playing in these grooves that are all twisting and flowing beautifully together. So like when you're looking at it, like a picture doesn't do justice for something like that, because like when you move it around and the light kind of like dances through those grooves and like catches those ridges that are all kind of like V cuts and stuff like that that are sloped, it can really look quite quite stunning, and really finessed details, very fine Also, it's something that people do in leatherworking and stuff, and I do leatherworking as well. So I find it to be a pretty cool subject. But yeah, it's not necessarily like the kinds of engraving and leatherworking that I end up doing. I'm more illustrative with it. It's well, like my background of kind of like creating illustrations as opposed to just texturing surfaces. Um, something I like to do. That not a lot of other people necessarily can do in that field. So, but yeah, for just filling in texture like this, I feel like this is pretty effective. This. Okay. A little too dark there. So, okay, so this feels a little bit more like, okay, cool, we're looking at like a classic, a more classic, heavy, kind of like textured tome, as opposed to like, here is a, soft cover, or like, modern print, soft cover kind of piece. I think I can actually lift this off there. So it's kind of sticking off of the book more. A thicker piece of metal would look better. Right. Let's fill that in, and let's use that. Okay. So that looks a little better there. This piece as well. Whoops. Whoops. Gonna float that up a bit more. Have it kind of actually come off of the book's surface. Have the metal actually kind of like dimple at those edges where it looks like it might be embossed in a bit, right? Create those silhouetted edges. Pull that back a bit there. Right. Have this come down a little bit as well. What do we think of the page color as well? Like, we have the same kind of like yellow from the beanstalk, but the beanstalk has this glow. Boom, easy enough to turn on, and I think that looks nice. For the ribbon, let's turn off the glow for a second. Get that ribbon painted in. Now I imagine maybe it's like got a little bit of depth to it. Maybe it's a nice kind of velvet. Have some dimension to it, right? Okay, and let's try... Something like that, and then let's see what different reflection styles might look good. I think that add glow would be pretty good for this. It's kind of silky looking. Maybe that reflection's a bit much there. Okay, knock that down a little bit and turn the glow back on. All right, not bad. I'll tone that shadow down a lot there, though. Honestly, with the pages glowing like that, I think I actually want to add this glow to the ribbon more than have that deep shadow there, honestly. Maybe it would be more on this flat, looking up at the book, and then the section where it's kind of turned away is in more shadow. It's a little overpowered. Maybe that's not so bad. I could also have the ribbon go above the glow and then kind of like do my own version of the glow on it, and that might be better. Yeah, I think I might prefer that. Glow dodge isn't bad. Add not rich enough. I think add glow is pretty good. Okay, that's not bad. All right. What should we do next? I feel like we can kind of like keep it going. I have the need to kind of all right, I'm going to save this, but you know what I want to do? And I don't know if this is worthy of this, but kind of want to do this. Let's see. All the way at the top. Because, I mean, looking at the Mythweaver here, it's got this, like, awesome blue lightning here. And I like putting lightning in things. Little known fact, animating lightning is kind of my jam. Crackle animation. All right, let's just really quickly resolution brush. I think let's just do an add glow layer to start. Turn on onion skin. You know? I'm gonna poke Norm. See what he thinks. I have poked the Norm. He might be out picking up his kid from school though, so. Wow. He's here. What do you think of the crackling? Is it good, bad? Like, should we have this? I mean, I feel like anytime I draw the Mythweaver, I'm like, I want to put a little animation on him. Looks amazing. All right, cool. So, not opposed to a little lightning dancing across the book. Sick. Also, this is like his final installment, right? So, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of cool to give it a little magic. Oh yeah. No, I know, right? Like you can barely, if even possibly, read the text. Um, but like you'll see, this kind of like little lightning dance around and be like, this is it's a bit intimidating. Like if I pick up this book, is it gonna hurt me? All right, sick, sick. All right, all right, keeping it for sure. Awesome, cool. Thank you for the input. Just wanted to verify if it was, a good or bad idea, but I am doing it. Cool. All right. Well, honestly, with that, I mean, I could keep poking at it, like really. Actually, I do realize that I should probably have. Where are you? This. Oh yeah, yeah. Can do norm. Um, have this kind of like band run under the whole thing. Thin that out there, maybe. Oop. Oop. There we go. Okay. Oop. And I'm going to adjust it for shadows. Nice. Maybe a bit much. Cool. Okay, that feels better. I do believe, like, aside from like maybe making the pages flutter or having like a just general ebbing glow behind the whole thing, like just making it this like powerful looking tome of just like raw magic. Hmm. Kind of want to try that. Why the animation? Honestly, because I just enjoy making them now. I don't think it necessarily is like needing it, but honestly, also, anytime I have a thumbnail of the uh, the myth weaver here, like I do animate it. So I guess it's just part of that. Just you know how I handle it. All right, so I kind of want to give him the blink. I'd have to do another animation layer. That's fine. Can just do that here. Add a animation cell here. Or maybe just leave it as a squint for a while. Maybe the blink is a bit much. Instead, I could... I mean, even just going into a squint is kind of funny. So, like... Yeah, the kind of like squint to just be like, thinking and then blink back to full. It's kind of fun. All right. It does bring a certain vitality to it, which can't deny is kind of fun. All right, so I need to fix the color for that. Oh, it's the onion skin that might be causing issues with the color. Yep. Yeah, definitely a throwback to the original with the blink. Team Blink. Okay, and then I'm going to have like a little eye shuffle. Just because, why not, I guess. And like very, very subtle is all I want. Okay. Then if I go back to 3, okay, let's move that ahead and move that. Okay, it's maybe actually a little too subtle. Let's push that a bit more. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so you kind of like, his eyes dart just a moment. A little too fast, maybe. Let's try that. All right, I like that. have the lids shift just a little bit. Cool. Okay, and another idea that I just had is this little kind of squinting window here. I kind of want this finger to just kind of like wiggle, 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 like a few times real quick. Like he's just kind of doing that. So I can use this same cell here if I duplicate it and then put this as one copy, have this just paint right over the finger here. Oh, I'm getting some interference with other overlay colors. I think it's this top texture maybe. That, yeah. Or not. I'll just manually pick something that looks close. Okay, so it's not quite right. Need that knuckle to kind of like move forward. Ooh, that's the wrong color again. Love how unnecessary this level of detail is, but like I can't not do it now. I have an idea and I gotta see it through. Okay, that it like shrinks in a not good way. I need it to not do that. That's just looking even worse. All right, let's move that down. I need the knuckle to like close in more, I think. Okay, and the color is bad. All right. Don't worry, I'll get it. Bear with me is all. Okay, now that knuckle is like way out of position. Way, way out. All right. Need to be more on the blue. I gotta figure out what is interfering so much with my color selection, because this is insane. Oh, it's probably this. Yep, that looks right. Okay, much better. All right, this will be easier to work with now. Should have just dealt with that sooner, because this is a lot less painful to fix now. Okay, I'm gonna erase that. Try that again. Okay, that needs to go to the right. Okay. Maybe a little better now. Alright, so give it like 2 frames of that. 2 frames of that. Alright, let's see if this works at all. Kind of just that like, I don't know, maybe it's a bit too much. Then again, like at size, it's gonna be like impossible to see. Alright, sure. Crown hover a little. I like the idea. I'd have to change where the crown comes from. Right now it's in a smart file, so I'd have to rip it out of the smart file and put it in here, which is easy enough to do. But it's definitely a neat detail. So if I came in here and I took this and I copied and I paste it into a new animation. Where will I put you? Right here is good. Okay, if I paste that here, flatten that, put it in the folder, call it 1. Oh, I put you in the wrong folder. Where did that new animation folder I made go? No, maybe I didn't end up making one. Alright, let's try that again. Crown. Oh, unless this was it. Ah, that was it. So we'll rename that layer to 1. We are going to go to the starting frame. Layer 10, what are you? Right. Turn that on. Turn that on. Scroll to where crown folder is somewhere. What is happening with you? Oh, you're locked. That's why. Okay. Crown. There we go. Okay, so layer 1. Let's transform it. Just trying to kind of put it into a matching perspective. That's probably close enough. Okay. So that is now positioned where we want. I'm going to duplicate this. To going to shift it up. Hello? Oh, right, I have to have it visible. Sorry, this is like a little bit kind of complex how it's done. It's not too crazy though. Alright, now that I have this, duplicate you again. We're going to put it as, oh, I didn't mean to duplicate the entire folder. Duplicate that animation layer. 3. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll kind of do a little ease in, ease out animation. So we could do it with like 5 frames, I think. And just by how far they're spaced out from each other, it'll kind of like create a little bit of a bob animation. Okay, so we're going to shift all these down so that when we're on 3, that's kind of matched. Honestly, I should probably draw some guides out for myself to kind of like see exactly where I want it to go from and to, and be able to line things up nice and clean. So let's do that, because I know that would be useful. Okay, so just do a straight line, and we'll go from the middle to the top, something like that. And then I'll scale this to kind of like be closer to the actual range of movement that I want. So I'm going to shrink this down significantly now. Make it closer to that even. So I guess this top of the ridge here is what I can line up with. So that looks like that. That looks like that. And here. And here. So that's maybe. Okay. So what we'll do is space these out 1 frame, 1 second, 3, 2. Let's see. Yeah, and honestly, it moves more than I want. Also, let's have 3 be kind of like where it all kind of comes from. Let's move these frames out. Alright, that didn't work. Three, and then I want to hold on 3 for a while. Two. Three. 4. 5. 4. And 3. 2, 1, 2. Alright, so that might... Okay, definitely jumps way more than I want. So I'm going to really pull those in quite a bit. Honestly, what I should do is just have them all kind of only move by like a very small... Okay, so I think 5 should actually at most be where 4 was. And 1. And 2. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's still way too much. Alright. 3 is where we're starting from. Try that. Okay, what's the one that's kind of shifting sideways? 2 is shifting. Okay, that might be better. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to turn off the crown layer here, because it's stacking that glow is a bit much, maybe. Honestly, I don't know. Like, I gotta make this movement even more subtle for it to not be too much. I think it's too much. As interesting an idea is, I don't think it helps. So I think it's just getting too noisy with that. So I'm going to turn off that. Yeah, I feel like letting the lightning dance around it is a little more sturdy feeling. I just couldn't get that kind of like wobble to look good. I would have to add more frames and make them even more subtle, I think, to look clean, and that's just maybe a bit too much for something that's actually going to be like so tiny that it's probably not worth doing that. Okay, so I think, honestly, I've kind of overdone it. Uh, I'm pretty happy with this. Again, like there's so many things and I'm like, ooh, I could do this, I could do this. Like I like the idea of like, oh, what if the page is fluttered? Um, Maybe if there was like a hazy, kind of dusty, glowing kind of miasma behind it. Um, but I think as is, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's actually see if there's any weirdness with the transparent edge because I do wonder what will happen when this is exported and the lightning kind of goes past that border and there isn't textures behind it because that lightning is a glow dodge layer, so it's like the drawing program knows how to make that interact with other layers in the file, but like when this is exported it's just going to be a transparent PNG, and there you can't have like some pixels be like, oh, it's got like an additive glow and these are just normal kind of set color. So if it's on a different background, like it might look super weird. So I should export this real quick. Give it a save because stuff has been done on it, but let's do an export animation sticker APNG style. Animated. I'm going to do a 333 pixel. It's got unlimited loop animation. Okay. And I'm just going to drop it into my browser just to see how that looks on my end. Just give me a second to dig it up where I exported it. Okay, there we go. All right. Nice thing about... Okay, so that looks okay. I'm actually going to send this to myself in Slack because I use Slack in dark mode. It actually like will put the kind of dark mode color behind it, and it plays animations in Slack. So it's actually a very useful way for me to quickly test. So send this to myself. And okay, cool. It looks fine. Yeah, that works well. Great. Okay, I'm not too worried about that. Actually, I did notice that there is a little bit of a slice on this glowy edge here that happens because of the export gets cut off here, right? So what I'll do is I'll do a mask layer. I'll erase that edge, and then using a gentle brush, I'll just soften that. There we go. So I've like made those pixels end a little before the edge, and then I'm controlling that blend. And I should just, for validation, throw some kind of color behind this and check out how it looks on a different color background. The shadows may be a little bit bleh, not much to it, and in fact, I think I should give that ribbon just a hint. Okay, So that's maybe a little better. Got a little color in it here where the page is kind of imparting some glow. That's kind of nice. Use a soft eraser here and just knock it back just a hair. Okay. Looking good to me. Awesome. All right, so I think I feel like I lost some shadow on the book a little bit somewhere on the line. Let's see, where did that happen? Ooh, that's actually kind of a nice fade. Let's put this higher up. Really knock that back. Okay, maybe that's a bit too... I don't want it to feel too much like some kind of like satin gloss. But having it just kind of washed out a little bit maybe is nice. Okay, so I'm okay with that. Let's see how it looks with the animation still. Good. Okay. Sick. Alright, what am I looking for? There was like a bit... It feels like the shadow on that edge of the book went away somewhere. I miss it. Get rid of this. Yeah, I see where it went. Boom. When I created that guide for the crown float, that broke that overlay. It broke the link between these transparent locking pixels. So that's it returned. That looks better. Awesome. All right, so save. I'm gonna do my very many different exports for this, static and animated. But yeah, I think that's about all I'm gonna do today on stream. I have many other things I want to get done, but they're all even more spoilery. So I think I will save those for you to discover later. But I will... Did we lose the blink? I don't think we lost the blink. Nope, blink's still there. Yeah, I'm going to post the Larry link again, in case anyone missed it. There you are. And let me just skim through the chat, because I know I missed it a bunch. Me overdoing it? Never. Alright. World domination for Mises. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so... oh, that's what I wanted. I was like, oh, maybe we'll watch the time lapse and kind of like head out with that. Because there's at least a little more to witness now. Yeah. So all pretty fun stream. I enjoyed working on this. I definitely didn't know where it was going to end up. I had some ideas, but I'm quite happy with the final result. You know, I was, you know, expecting it to be a silly one. It turned out to be a good silly one, but it also still looks epic and, you know, at least more kind of like ancient and, you know, magical tome of power than just kind of like, you know, a self-help magazine, you know, glossy cover kind of thing. So I had fun with it. Ooh. I always watch. I always enjoy like the like time lapse because I often animate in a kind of like you know direct way, like flowing from start to finish, or at least for this style of animation, the special effects. So it does a good job of uh, kind of like playing out the animation almost. A little jumping around, but it's fun. Okay, well, I kind of want to watch it again. It's a fun one. All right, well, you know what? I'm gonna do my sign off while this is playing in the background. But I hope you all enjoyed. Thanks for hanging out as always. Next week will likely be Dave. If not, I'll see you then, but probably in 2 weeks. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed, and take care of yourselves, take care of each other. I shall see you next time. Happy hunting, and I shall catch you later. Let's go, lightning. Nice. Little blink. Oh, the slowest blink, like the. All right, we'll actually play the animation out. Watch that in all of its glory because unfortunately, in the game, at least in the current kind of state of the game, you're probably not going to get to enjoy this in its full glory. Um, Currently, anyways. But yeah, enjoy it, and look forward to unlocking this in the future and seeing where that takes you and the adventures to come. Okay, well, I'll catch you all later. Thanks again for hanging out. Always appreciate it. And yes. Oh, awesome. That'd be great if you can use the full size version in the news post. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I will definitely be handing that over to you. Um, Great. All right. Well, thanks again. Bye for now. Bye bye.